Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Black Business Expo. My name is Virgil Thornton Sr., and I am president of CMV Communicators, LLC, an executive coaching, speaking, and leadership training company where our motto is total engagement establishes your true potential. Today, I will serve as your first speaker, and my topic, leadership, transforming your business reality. I ask that you pull up a seat, grab a pen and paper, because we're going on a ride, and there's going to be a lot of information that I plan to share with you. Ask not, how did he die, but how did he live? Not what did he gain, but what did he give? For these are the merits that measure the worth of a man or woman as a man. Not what was his station, but what was his heart, and how did he play his God-given part? We all had to come together in a collaborative effort internationally for us to combat a common enemy, COVID-19. We had to work as a team, and in running a business, we work as a team. Nothing of any great significance has been accomplished by just one person. It takes a team effort. And if I could lend the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, who often quoted the 18th century poet John Donne, when he said, "No man or woman is an island unto himself or herself, but a part of the whole." My question to you this morning is, what part are you assigned to play within your business? Because it is teamwork that makes the dream work. And it is the leadership responsibility of our businesses to come up with a strategic transformation of the business reality from profit focused to internal and external customer centered. And that is going to be the only way that we can navigate our way through the supply chain issues that we're facing, the modified mindset of the workplace, and dealing with the workforce shortage. Of course, we get in business to gain profits, but we won't stay in business. But there is a transforming of that reality. And how we do that is we first must go back to why we're in business. And why we're in business is actually found in our mission statement. Everything that we do within our business every single day with every member of our team should always extend from our mission statement, because we are carrying out a mission of the company. And once we can get everyone engaged in the mission, then we can ignite, engage, and empower our team members. Okay, so Virgil, what are you speaking about? For us to ignite, engage, and empower our team members, we must lean on the fourth level of leadership, known as personal development, which we actually develop our people. Because when our people are developed, well-trained, understanding the fibers of our mission statement, then they can better serve the external engaged customer, which is going to be the person that is paying us for our services or products. As leaders, we must engage the internal customer, which again is our team members. If they're disengaged, then they won't be engaged with our external customer, which is going to affect our profits. It is Dr. Dennis Kimbrough, a professor at Clark Atlanta Business School, who states service is the place or the price we pay for the space we occupy. Service is the price we pay for the space we occupy. Now, yes, profit is extremely important and an extremely important element in business. And the best way to get better profits is with the philosophy of the compensation formula. Some of you, this may be a review, but to others, this will be new. I know it's new to me and my business. And that formula is QS plus QS plus MA equals compensation. Now, how do we break that formula down to keep it in its simplest form? QS, the quality of a service, plus QS, the quantity of a service, plus MA, the mental attitude in which the service is provided, always equals compensation. How does that formula work in your business? And how does it work in relations to what I was speaking of earlier with the mission statement, when we ignite, engage, and empower our team members? When we break down the first part, the quality of a service, it's very difficult for our internal team members to give external quality of service to our customer if they're not engaged. Back again to our motto, total engagement establishes true potential. So when our employees or team members are fully engaged in their work, then they can give quality service. That means they're well trained. That means they're well managed and definitely well led. When we're looking at the structure of our business, and we start out our business generally in small business with just one or a few employees or team members, we're in the technician phase. As we continue to build our business, we bring on more team members. Again, thinking of that team concept, teamwork makes the dream work. So as we bring on more members of our team, then it's important for us to move to the management phase. And when we're in that management phase, that is a key point and a pivotal point in our business, because our team members don't leave our companies because of the company. It is shown that members leave because of their manager or leader. So it's vitally important that we engage our internal customer to supply external quality of service. I can't stress that enough because there's so many disgruntled workers on our team. And the question is why? Are we as leaders finding out why aren't our team members more engaged? If we lend ourselves to sports and thought about a sports analogy, if the mind isn't into the game, then the team won't play very well. Many times Michael Jordan, a famous basketball player, when he would start his game, he got his mind set on the game. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else was in his mindset. He thought of only what he was doing and doing his very, very best at it, how he was trained. And he trained a lot. So when we think about quality of service, which is a very key point, why would I get your product? Why would I purchase your product if it's not of a better quality? It may be a better price, but in the long run, it's going to cost me more because we understand we pretty much get what we pay for. So we want that quality, but the quality first starts with our internal team member, making sure they're trained. Do we have a nice place for them to work? Do they have a best friend at work? And as Jim Collins would speak about in Good to Great, are my team members on the bus going in the right direction, sitting in the proper seat, and wanting to stay on the bus because of the camaraderie that's on the bus? Team members play very well as a team when there's a great synergy between them, whether that's in athletics or in business. And when we think of the Black Business Network or Olympics, we generally think of sports. And again, when we think of a team, we work as a team, we're focused as a team, we win as a team. And that's going to help the compensation. As we move to the second element of that formula, QS plus MA equals compensation, that second QS is quantity of service. We can have great quality, but if we have no customers, then it's very difficult for us to complete that formula. The quantity of service actually is gained from the first part of the equation. If we give great service, people will be drawn to our company. The new word of mouth is the internet and how your company and services are rated. That's why it's so important with Google ratings and things of that nature to get those high scores, the star ratings. Very few people want to shop and there's a 1-star rating for the service that's being provided for a particular company. So it's very important that we try to get those 5 stars because that's lends itself to the quality of the service. So when we look at the first part, the quality of the service, it has a lot to do with the quantity of service that we'll gain. It is said in one of the speeches that Dr. Martin Luther King spoke about that if someone built a better mousetrap than his competitors, the quality, that people will find where that person was located, even if it was in the middle of the wilderness, and form a line to get that product because of the quality that that particular business was putting out. So when we look at the quality of the service, it's going to affect the quantity of service. When I was managing dealerships in Alabama, the same thing. We focus on quality of our service, especially at a Highline dealership. Quality is because, of course, you can buy anything you want. So why would you buy a particular product? Because of the quality. And then, of course, if you go to a restaurant, the quality of the food, the quality of the service, then the word of mouth happens, and then there's more business, which affects the quantity of service. Now, as we move on to that third element of the compensation formula, because again, when we're in business, it is about profits, but we understand that even in planting, it's about the seed and the soil before there's the actual plant. And in business, there's the quality and the quantity of service before there's actually the compensation. Quality goes down, quantity goes down, mental attitude goes down, compensation goes down. So as we move to that third element of the formula, mental attitude, how are we delivering our service and product to our end user, our customers? Are employees engaged? Are our team members engaged? If they're internally engaged, then they will be externally engaged because they're happy. And yes, when we bring on a team member, it is a team that we're building. We're providing and the team members providing. And we make this happy waltz. To people, it's very difficult to dance together unless they know the steps and they want to dance together. When we get to the mental attitude, we're lending ourselves back over to or going back to that fourth level of leadership, people development. When people feel that they're being developed It's the old saying that most don't care about what we know until they first know about how much we care. And once we know how much we care and how much our leadership cares for us and about our personal development, the more engaged we are in regards to our mental attitude with our external customer. Because if we're not happy at what we do, and of course, there are many studies out there still saying the same thing, that 80% of the people are doing things that they really don't want to do for people they really don't want to do it for. So are they truly engaged? When the last time that you engaged with someone at a restaurant or a retailer and you could really tell that the person, they really didn't want to be there or something was going on, but they wasn't really engaged in what they were doing. And you kind of felt it. We as humans, we have that emotional intelligence where we can connect to one another. And how did you feel when, do they really want my business? Uh, you ever walk on a lot and it seems no one approached you? Instantly, we think about the attitude of that establishment. So the mental attitude is extremely important. But also the opposite is there. When the last time you engaged with, again, a restaurant or a business and they was just so excited about wanting to serve, not to get religious, but it is said that Jesus came to this earth to serve. He washed his disciples' feet to show service. He told his disciples, the greater of you is he who serves. It's about service. Again, the price we pay for the place that we occupy, service. But then the mental attitude that we're rendering that service and letting our guests know that we really appreciate them giving us their business. I don't think there are many businesses out there where there's just one business doing that one particular discipline. There are many businesses that do what I do, that do what you do. So why would they want to do business with us? Are we really appreciative that they are engaging with us? And how do we get that to the next level? Because that all will dictate our compensation. Back again to that focus. Focus on profit, but we can get there through service. I think of a story that I once heard about a gentleman up in New Jersey. In the state of New Jersey, you can't pump your own gas. So you drive up to the station, attendant comes out, they ask how much gas you want. There was this one gentleman, he pulled up, business owner, and this attendant comes out all happy, bouncing around. How may I assist you? And he said, well, fill it up. He said, fantastic. While I'm filling it up, can I do your windows? Can I check your fluid levels for you? And of course, the customer said, sure, have at it. So of course, he's bouncing around the attendant and he's wiping off the window and he's cleaning it and he's buffing it with his elbow to make sure every spot is just perfect. Pulls up the hood and he's under there and he's checking the oil and he's looking at the other fluids and he looks over and he says, hey, everything looks good here. Closes the top, takes his rag, polishes off the front of the hood, goes back around, finish pumping the gas, comes over to the customer and says, okay, everything looks good. Customer pays for it. The customer says, I come in here to get my gas every week. And there are many places that I could go to get my business. But I come to you because of the attitude that you have, showing me that you really want my business. Is this really what you want to do? And the service station attendant said, well, not really. I kind of wanted my own gas station, but I just don't have the money to get it started. But I really enjoy what I do. So sure enough, the business owner gave him the money. He started his business, his gas station business, and it did very well. But it all stemmed from the mental attitude that the gas attendant was giving the customer as far as quality of service and the mental attitude that he rendered that service. My question to you in the beginning was, what part do you play? An intricate part as a business owner, because the reflection of the business is a reflection of the leadership. You see, a business that's doing well is because the leadership is engaged with the team members, and the team members are engaged with their customer. It's really that simple. The quality of a service plus the quantity of a service plus the mental attitude in which that service is rendered always equals compensation. As a business owner, if we want to increase our profits, then we need to increase our level of service. With that, I'd like to leave you with something that my mentor, he's left me with, and I love it, absolutely love it. And it's so impactful. And that is, if you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and your sleep for it, if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want, your business, with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty, famish, or gout, sickness and pain, not a body and brain can't keep you away from that thing that you want. If dogged and grim, you besiege and present it with the help of God, you'll get it. And as a business owner, we pour out so much of ourselves into our business. It's important that we have a formula to get to the end point. So, ladies and gentlemen, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, looks like we have more time. That's very good. And with that time, if we were looking back over some of the things that we covered, again, I'd like to give my name again. That's Virgil Gene Thornton, Sr. at CMV Communicators, LLC. And you can reach us at cmvcommunicators.com, or you can call us at 757-986-0750. And if I could repeat that, it's Virgil Gene Thornton, Sr. at CMV Communicators, LLC. And we can be reached at cmvcommunicators.com or 757-986-0550.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How you doing, Miss Bond?
I'm very well, Mr. Thornton. That was a wonderful, wonderful speech. Thank you so much, and very educative as well. Do you know, I did have some questions, but I think for now, what we're going to do is just to say if there's anything else you wanted to add to that, because your career is spanned such such a distance. You've come such a long way and done so well.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, actually, we are a family-owned business. It's myself, my wife, my 3 children, and
Yes.
we have a very interesting perspective and as far as our approach to leadership training, and it comes from different generations. My wife and I being baby boomers, and then of course my children being Gen X and then Gen Y. And so we have different perspectives as far as the workplace setting and the mindset. And we
Yes.
understand that the Gen X and Gen Y don't think of the workplace the same way as some of the baby boomers.
Yes. What do you think about legacy when it comes to making sure that your children, take following your footsteps? Because nowadays, you find that a lot of, you find that the family being able to give back to the next generation and the next generation, it doesn't always work in that way where the younger ones don't want to follow their footsteps of their father. What kind of steps did you actively take to make sure that your children are able to reap off what you've sown as such?
Very good question. Thank you for that. And what we've done is we kind of taken the farmer's approach and we started early.
Yes.
And that is to get our children involved early when they was much younger and basically studying them and see the things that they enjoyed doing and of course things that was with their natural ability and how those things would basically marry up to the things that we were wanting to do in the future.
Yes.
And that's pretty much what we did. My son, he has his own publishing company. He's an author. His books can be found on Amazon. My wife, she's a professor. She's also a leadership trainer. You can find her book on Amazon as well. And she basically teaches about removing the mask, becoming your authentic self.
Amazing.
Being from a background of mental health and also dealing with she and myself with foster children.
Mhm.
I have twin daughters. One is actually a very interesting. She is an editor, so she edits all of our books and other writings.
Mhm.
And I also have her twin, which is she's actually involved in STEM. So she speaks to young ladies in regards to the importance of going into the science field.
Amazing. Wonderful, wonderful. How has your wife motivated you in the business, and what is in her book?
Yes, she's motivated me quite a bit. She is quite the worker. We don't compete. I wouldn't compete with her because I would lose. She is quite the worker. In her book, she speaks about the different um, attitudes that we have in regards to not showing our authentic self. Uh, a lot of times even in a relationship, persons will get in a relationship, whether that's a personal relationship or business relationship, and you don't see the true person.
Yes.
After a while, you do get to see that person. And sometimes in the mental health field, and of course, unfortunately, we see the rise of suicide where we're reflecting one thing, but actually something different is going on within us.
Yes.
Her field is how to remove that mask, become your authentic self, and then thrive. As business owners, we kind of do the same thing. Some of us are introverted, some extroverted, and we have to come out of that shell to be the people that we are innately to show the world who we truly are.
Mm, and that can be so difficult for many people with expectations and idealism, and wanting to be an idea of the best and of yourself. And somehow in that whole process, you can lose yourself, which is the real shame because you don't reap the best. What is the most, yeah? What is the most rewarding part of the business for you?
The most rewarding part of the business for me, of course, is my entire team working together, and that is to go in and work with a organization and get them to kind of see, not changing much of anything, but just getting the owners to see the importance of the leadership connecting with the team members. It's not a us against them. It's a what can we do together as a team to move this business forward. Unfortunately, it's a lot of times we'll see it's a us and them kind of attitude. Yes, I'm your leader. Yes, I'm your manager. And a lot of times we see that people get stuck at that first level of leadership, which is positional level. A person is put in a position of leadership, and that's about as far as most companies go. You get in a leadership position, I'm the leader, you're supposed to follow me. You're supposed to do as I say. If you don't do as I say, I'll fire you. And it was very interesting because there was a show once and The Apprentice, and that was you're fired. But no, it cost a lot to replace employees,
Yes.
team members.
Mm.
You have to retrain, you have to go out and find the person. And then, of course, the business suffers because as that person comes up to speed, then we're losing ground. So it's very rewarding for us to go in and work with an organization and work with their leadership and basically getting the whole team engaged. Back to our motto, total engagement establishes true potential. How do we get everyone engaged?
Yes, that's so true. You're working in sales. So what is the number one thing in sales?
The number one thing in sales, and I lend to Zig Ziglar, someone that I trained with a long time, and that is sales is service because we're servicing people. It's an object or service that we're actually exchanging for money. Understanding in sales, it's a people, it's about relationships. We
Yeah.
generally buy from people that we like and people that we trust.
Yes. Very true. It's very true. You're selling yourself first, isn't it? And
Absolutely.
and that's innately what builds trust. It's a weird thing because you would expect facts and figures and information to be enough to convince a person. But you could be a likable person with an amazing smile and be saying completely the wrong things, and they would buy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely absurd. Anyway, do you use the same skills in leadership, in family, and how has that worked in your life generally?
Oh, I love that question. Exactly. They do. Because again, we can sometimes see a thriving business, but then the home life is all jacked up, so to speak. Uh, the greatest leader I've known in my lifetime is my mother.
Mm.
She raised 9 of us, and the way that she actually incorporated leadership was absolutely amazing. The older kids led the younger kids, and she instilled that leadership into the older kids.
Yes.
With those principles that I learned from her in the home to, of course, operate a home with 9 kids, that's a big family.
Yes.
But our entire block was big. That was very interesting. But taking those same skills and then moving them into the business realm
Yes.
because it's about family. It's about relationships. It's not about a hierarchy.
Yes, most definitely. I like that. It's the whole servant leader
Exactly.
model. You know, just the ability to do things out of a compassion and out of a heart's perspective to understand that, yes, you are a leader, but at the same time, you are there to serve and create this holistic environment where everyone's growing and working at the optimum potential that they can give, which is amazing. Really, really good leadership skills. How do people get in touch with you, please?
Yes, people can get in touch with me. I am Virgil Thornton, Senior at CMV Communicators, LLC, and they can contact us at cmvcommunicators.com. You can call us at 757 986 0550.
Wonderful. And that's the last question. So, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you. I'll see you.
you are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment. that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I'm Ramon Gray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and
have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach Ed. Tanya T.Y. is here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse. STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Maria Bond of Media Communications Limited, UK. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about business. The key speaker for today, our second key speaker, is Dr. Terry Jackson. Now, Dr. Terry Jackson is a dynamic executive advisor, thought leader, TEDx speaker, and entrepreneur. Terry is a member of the prestigious Marshall Goldsmith's 100 Coaches, Top 10 Most Promising Leadership Development Solution Provider 2023, and a speaker for the U.S. State's Department International Information Program. I present to you Dr. Terry Jackson.
Maria, thank you so very much. And good morning or good afternoon to you in London.
Good morning. Good morning. And of course, yes, you're very right. It's afternoon at the moment. And so Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Terry Jackson. And today I will be talking to you about, so you want to be an entrepreneur. A lot of people have that aspiration. However, the question really is, what price are you willing to pay to be a successful entrepreneur? See, entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. It is a time when we have to begin to assume responsibility for improving the life of ours as well as the world in which we live, because that's what entrepreneurs do. Entrepreneurs recognize the difference as a source of increased perception rather than barriers. Entrepreneurs are people who get off their butts and contribute to constructing a positive community rather than destroying it. Entrepreneurs are people who come together in the true spirit so that they can serve, they can communicate, they can coordinate and collaborate with others in the community. Entrepreneurs are people who build dreams in the community and society. They recognize and they celebrate what is possible. Entrepreneurs understand that there's unlimited potential. They utilize their energy well. So the question I have is it time for a little entrepreneurial transformational thinking? I asked earlier, what does it mean to be an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is a person who is a solution provider. They continuously challenge the status quo. See, to be an entrepreneur, as I iterated earlier, you have to be willing to pay the price. Take this into consideration. Doctors prepare for 10 to 15 years before they start a medical practice. Most entrepreneurs learn on the fly, which is why 80% of small businesses fail within 5 years. Many more business owners struggle to survive. The requirement to become a successful entrepreneur is no less than that of a doctor. And the question is, are you willing to pay the price? Crisis is the mother of creativity. So you want to be an entrepreneur. It's an extremely honorable quest to be able to provide a service or a product to your fellow human being. An entrepreneur is an enlightened renegade, someone who refuses the status quo, someone who refuses conventional wisdom and is always willing to bet what they have to get and what they have to do to become an entrepreneur. It's very simple. An entrepreneur tends to be a tempestuous radical on a mission with a deep-seated passion and an obsessive thinking process that allows them to overcome every obstacles in their way to reach that entrepreneurial dream. So you want to be an entrepreneur. Marketing, sales, operations, management, leadership, accounting, finance. Those are the 7 pillars of business that exist in every business, whether you're a small business or a large business. And as an entrepreneur, you have to be willing to understand all 7 of those pillars in order to drive a successful entrepreneurial institution. So, are you willing to pay the price to learn what it means to be an entrepreneur? See, strange as it seems, an entrepreneur, they tend to take leaps before they look. It's scary because security is not what they're looking for. Traditionalism is not what they seek. Some people will even call an entrepreneur a sociopath on a mission. The leap is often a leap of faith for a dream, where being prudent isn't likely to win any gold medals. See, that doesn't mean that the entrepreneur makes radical decisions or isn't rational. It just means that they're willing to take risk. They're willing to minimize their risk through a process in order to reach the dream of being an entrepreneur. See, as any world-class athlete will tell you, those who are uncertain when in the heat of the battle end up as casualties. The entrepreneur, like the athlete, should come prepared with the mindset that is to win, not one that is to lose. See, there's a magic behind being an entrepreneur. So what is that magic behind the drive? The one absolute about the impassioned entrepreneur is that they can't get to work in the morning and often refuse to leave at night. Sometimes they work 24/7. For them, it isn't the work, but it's about the exercise of fulfillment, the fulfillment of the dream of being an entrepreneur. See, money for them is not nearly as important as the opportunity to fill the market with the void. As I mentioned to you earlier, an entrepreneur is a solution provider. An entrepreneur is a person that walks out the door, understands in the morning that there's a new problem that's been developed, and they see the problem, they analyze the problem, they decide whether or not they have a solution for the problem, and then they begin to market it if they do. Oftentimes, entrepreneurs rely more on their gut instinct than research or huge amount of statistics. They have the ability to make up their mind about a business proposal or a new person that they meet within seconds. It's called intuition. So as an entrepreneur, you have to know exactly what it is that you want. You have to be able to answer that question for yourself. What you also have to be able to do is have the desire to achieve. If you know exactly what you want, and if you're willing to pay the price to get it, then the entrepreneurial journey may be one that you desire. See, most people don't have a clear vision of their goal, and they aren't prepared to sacrifice to attain their goal. But that's the difference between the entrepreneur and the regular individual. See, it's just like listening to a pianist at a stirring performance. If you go at it half speed, what will happen is you'll hear a poor performance. But if you pour everything into it, as the pianist does, that purpose of being an excellent pianist drives one and has to be the same purpose of the entrepreneur. Many people start businesses with romantic notions of becoming wealthy, and they're more than likely unaware of the price they have to pay to achieve the success. By sheer will and by somehow surviving and succeeding, it makes our nation a better place and it makes the earth more prosperous. That's what entrepreneurs do. With the odds of failure so great, the wise entrepreneur has to have a healthy respect for the mountain that he or she is about to climb. I mentioned earlier, as an entrepreneur, what you have to be willing to do is play in the space of risk. But you also have to be willing to accept responsibility for your actions as an entrepreneur. See, the business owner knows that there's high risk of losing value all the time, of losing energy, and possibly losing money. So he or she has to have a mindset that there is risk associated with every action that he or she takes. As I mentioned, there could be some real and painful losses. Again, 80% of all business owners fail in the first 5 years. So by risking personal or business resources to create even greater value in the business, there's a repeated sacrifice asked of the entrepreneur. So again, I ask, so you want to be an entrepreneur? Are you willing to pay the price to be a successful entrepreneur? Whether buying a new piece of equipment, putting an ad in the magazine, hiring a sales manager, there is always some degree of uncertainty as to whether the gamble will pay off. It is natural part of life, and as an entrepreneur, you just have to get used to it. I mentioned an important word earlier as I talked about, so you want to be an entrepreneur, and that word is will. Can you muster the will to be successful? You know, our desire and our internal drive must become so intense that we can overcome all obstacles put in our path. And we must commit enough resources, meaning time, energy, or money, to our goals so that we can continuously beat down the unrelenting forces that's trying to cause us to fail as an entrepreneur. So for example, you know, business owners sometimes make the mistake of not willing to pay the price to have remarkable business systems and processes. And a business is a system, and it is made up of processes. So any business that's not willing to have systems or processes in place will fail. See, successful owners budget for the quality marketing or the quality care programs or a quality accounting system that will enable them to manage the numbers. You have to understand the metrics in order to drive successful entrepreneurship. For those owners who are not willing to pay the price, but instead cut corners in critical areas, they'll not overcome the obstacles in the long run. They will not be able to compete. And as a result, they will not create a remarkable business. You know, entrepreneurs must have passion, they must have grit to overcome and to become the best at what they do. They must have and be financially strong enough to survive the setbacks and the sudden successes. Entrepreneurs must continually invest time in developing their personal knowledge, their personal skills, while persevering as they learn in order to perfect the business, one that runs itself profitably and gives us personal and financial freedom. Because ultimately, as you serve as an entrepreneur, your compensation will be based upon your service, and part of that reward is personal and financial freedom. In the attainment of knowledge and skills, that's where the diligence and working intelligently comes into place. See, a business does not become successful by accident. Either things happen or things don't happen. And that's for a reason. Cause and effect, basically. See, most breakthroughs or successful breakthroughs in a business is preceded by a long period of hard work and persistence toward a single, clearly defined purpose. So truly understand, and what an entrepreneur must do is truly understand their purpose for why they created their business. How high an entrepreneur rises is largely determined by how high they want to climb. Persistence in the face of setbacks and disappointments reflects on their unyielding belief in themselves and their abilities to succeed. You know, there's a great author out of the University of Stanford. His name is Jim Collins, and he wrote in his book, Good to Great. The best companies and the best entrepreneurs never transform to greatness in one fell swoop. There is no single defining action, no grand program, no one killer innovation, no solitary lucky break, and no single moment. Sustaining successful entrepreneurial ventures follow a predictable pattern of built up and breakthroughs. And those breakthroughs happen over time. It's almost like pushing a giant heavy flywheel. It takes a lot of effort to get the thing moving, but with persistence and pushing and being consistent in a direction over a long period of time, that flywheel develops momentum, eventually hits a breakthrough, just like the entrepreneur. Persistence and consistency over a long period of time helps to create that success, that sustainable success, in which that entrepreneur not only can find the personal and financial freedoms, but provide for those in the society and the community, and in hopes of creating jobs to help others. That's what it means to be an entrepreneur. So again, the question, so you want to be an entrepreneur, are you willing to pay the price? See, it takes longer sometimes, and sometimes it's harder. And what you're seeking to do as an entrepreneur is to create the value in your business, in your community, with the service or the product that you offer. When that value becomes great enough, you can cash in by selling, franchising, or hiring someone to run the business for you. The hard work then pays off. And interestingly enough, The harder you work, oftentimes what happens is the luckier that you get. It is an honor to serve. And so to be an entrepreneur, part of your vision and dream is to be of service to others. But there are some things that we have to be aware of. And as an entrepreneur, as I mentioned to you, most businesses fail within the first 5 years. And here's some of the reasons. The business lacks sufficient capital to withstand delays and setbacks. So as an entrepreneur, what you want to be able to do is have a solid business plan, a solid strategic plan that you can operationalize to include what the financing should look like for you to be successful as an entrepreneur. It's not about making a sale, putting the money in the register, taking it to the bank, and being able to spend it on yourself or your family initially. It's about making a sale, putting the money in the bank, reinvesting that money back into your business to ensure that you're not one of the businesses that failed within 5 years. Also, business fails because the owner works in the business rather than on the business. And let me say that again. The owners normally work in the business rather than on the business. As an entrepreneur, it is about being strategic. It's about planning for tomorrow and next week and next month and next quarter and next year. It's not about all the time working at your cash register or all about baking the pie. Because oftentimes entrepreneurs go into business because they love to bake pies and they forget about the 7 pillars of business that I'd mentioned earlier. So you have to work on the business rather than in the business. Another reason that businesses fail is the owner doesn't have a clear vision of where the business is going and a specific plan to get there. I mentioned strategic plan. Even though you have one as well as a business plan, it is not written in stone. Those are just roadmaps, if you will, to help you move in direction of being a successful entrepreneur. Another reason business fails is the owner doesn't systematize all of his or her business processes. And I talked about the importance of the business being a system and having a set of processes for each and every aspect of your business. And you must understand the numbers in your business. Those are the metrics that tell you how you compare to those in your industry, how you compare to other small or large organizations, how you compare to the competition. You must understand that in order to be able to derive strategy that helps you become successful. Those are just a few of the reasons that businesses fail because entrepreneurs, they must keep that at the top of mind. You know, to get to the winner's circle, you have to be an entrepreneur that's willing to pay the price. You know, those who do not make it to the winner's circle are not willing to pay the price. Those who make it to the winner's circle are willing to pay the price. It's just the law of life. I'm going to give you a quick 25 steps when chasing the entrepreneurial dream that you'll need to include in how you do business. First and foremost, step number 1, you have to have a great team. Whether that team is a team of 2, a team of 3, team of 10, you have to have a great team. And the team doesn't necessarily always mean that they are people who you employ. There could be your team of supporters, as in your family, or friends, or other business partners who may be silent business partners. But you must have a great team. And that great team must, for any organization, any business, be able to sustain itself. The team has to be like-minded people with complementary skills, and also like-minded people who challenge your thoughts. See, the bottom line is to be successful. And so you always want people to not only be yes people, but challenge how you think. A successful entrepreneur knows his or her business. In order to be successful, you got to have and understand the core values for your business as a startup, the purpose of your organization, envision what the future looks like, and understand each team member and the role that they play. Number 3 is assess your startup. See, ideas rule the world. The product or the service that you're dealing with must have sustainability and not necessarily a Me Too approach. Work out the details of executing the plan. A startup must find what is your product or service? What will differentiate your product or service in the marketplace? Who are your customers? What do they want? What is the size of the market that you're going to do business within? Is it a global market? Is it a local market? Can your business scale? What investment you need in order to be successful, not only in the short term, but the long term. 4, you must be able to assess your competition. Is your product unique? Is it unique enough that people are willing to pay for yours and not pay for others? That's the real acid test when it comes to the careful analysis of the competition. Are you a Me Too product or are you a unique product? Me Too products don't make it. Number 5 is swallow your ego. See, as an entrepreneur, you need to be able to ask for help. You need to be able to promote yourself. And you must place everything you do within your business. Your ego is very unattractive to those, and you need to be able to put that aside. Number 6 is integrity. Integrity is the foundation on which every organization is built, and that's extremely important for an entrepreneur. If that foundation or that integrity is weak, then the company won't sustain itself. Integrity is consistency of actions and words. It is how a brand is built, because as an entrepreneur, you are building a brand. The most influential brands are built with integrity in their actions and how they treat their customers. Workforce diversity is also number 7 as you look to build an organization. Scott Page wrote in the book The Difference that companies, the most diverse companies, are those companies that perform the best, because you bring people to the table with different ideas who also know how to execute. And with those different ideas and different thought processes, what happens is those people perform better than people who always have like minds and who are not as diverse. So number 8, and this is important, even if you have to develop your personal board of directors, it is important for an entrepreneur to have board members that may be informal board members that they speak to about their business, the challenges they may face, the successes they may have, or the different ideas that they seek. That's important. Those board members will be able to provide additional network, additional experiences, skills, and offer mentorship to you as an entrepreneur. So it is crucial that you develop a board of members that's personal to you. Number 9 is you have to be able to test your idea. Test to see whether or not your product or service will work in the marketplace. Get consumers to help you design not only your product or service, but also design the delivery of your product or service. Ideas are meant to be analyzed so that they can be proven to be valuable or not of value. Number 10 is check your source of funding, whether you are dealing with venture capital, banks, angel investors, incubators, or you're going to do an IPO, initial public offering. Always understand the source in which you're getting your funding as you have conversations. That's important to an entrepreneur so that you get the best deal and the best investors for your particular product service. Create a need, or what I like to say is create the conditions in such that consumers or society, community needs your product or service. See, when dealing with products and services, there's no place for mediocrity. Excellence is the need of the hour. It is hard to sustain something that is not world class. And a lot of people like to use that phrase, world class. But unless it's world class and people see the need and they understand how they can use it, they're not willing to spend their hard-earned dollars. See, entrepreneurship, if you're an entrepreneur, you got to have conviction to try something new, something that does not already exist. There are two ways to sustain a business. Either you cater to the needs of the client or you create the need yourself. Number 12 is when you have your team, that you create or recruit the right type of people. As an entrepreneur and as a startup, the integrity of your business will be based upon the integrity of you as well as the integrity of the people that you recruit. They have to have a similar purpose and a similar passion to drive your business forward. So you want to hire the best talent. You want to find those experts and let them take control. You do not want to micromanage them. You want to let them take control. That's why you hired them. You hired them for their expertise. So recruit the right people and let them do their jobs. A crucial point for every entrepreneur, especially when it comes to funding, is what is your exit plan? All investors want to know, as you build your business, how do you plan on exiting your business? Most entrepreneurs neglect the exit option, but that's crucial when it comes to funding. So it's important to have an exit strategy. The most common is the selling option, selling your business to another business, or to a private investor, or to a management team. Some choose to go the route of initial public offering, which means you're going to sell shares and your business will become public. So consider that as an entrepreneur. Number 14 is working capital and finances. How much working capital is required to get your business off the ground and for it to sustain itself over a period of time? How will those finances be managed? The next is the equity of the company. That's number 15. Decide beforehand the stakes involved in the business. If you're in the very early stages, then you have to understand how the equity will be distributed in your business. For many startups, for entrepreneurs, there's a point of contention as it comes to the distribution of equity. What I will say is, as an entrepreneur, you make sure that you maintain 51% equity in your business. That gives you control. Here is something that entrepreneurs don't take into consideration, and that is the uncertainty of having a successful operation. See, uncertainty and ambiguity always exist. It just so happens that during the pandemic, uncertainty and ambiguity became at a visceral level. But you have to be able to deal with uncertainty because it's unpredictable. See, the people on the board should be able to help you be mentally prepared to go through this by asking the question, what if? What if this occurs? Or what if this occurs? how do you begin to build models around the what if question? Whether it's to to complete change in technology, whether it's a financial crunch, whether it's product failure, internal conflicts, damage by nature, dealing with the loss of people, one cannot afford not to add uncertainty into the equation because uncertainty is a reality. Number 17 is you want to encourage failures and success alike. See, true learning comes through failure. Everyone is bound to fail. It's what you do with that failure. It's the lessons that you learn. Mistakes are going to be made. That's just a part of living. Never become discouraged or never discourage a person for failing. You want to be able to take that failing and turn that learned experience into a positive experience. You want to continue to encourage risk taking and experimentation. That's a part of what it means to be an entrepreneur. It's trial by fire. Number 18 is you have to have a sense of urgency. See, the clock is always ticking. For you, the entrepreneur who have a service or a product that you're going to offer to society, somebody else is coming along and they're going to offer something very similar that they think is better than yours. They're going to market it in such a way that some of the consumers are going to like it. So you always move with a sense of urgency as an entrepreneur. Number 19, and this is very important, understand legal ramifications of the business that you're going into, that the industry that you're going into. Always have an attorney that you can talk to about any ramifications about your business, your industry. Number 20, it takes time. Over a period of time, with successful business systems and successful processes, your business will be successful. Great ideas are not always magic. Great ideas sometimes take 5, 10, 15 years before it's successful. What I like to say is sometimes it takes 20 years to become an overnight success. So it takes time. Number 21 is creating a brand. That means you want to be aware of how the consumer sees you, how society and your community sees you as an entrepreneur. So people begin to recognize your existence, be aware of that. Brand quality is when they trust the quality of the product or the service that you bring to the marketplace. Brand association is the attitude or the feeling towards a brand, and sometimes it's called an affinity brand. Brand loyalty is when you begin to recommend your brand to your family and your friends. So creating a brand is extremely important. Number 22 is power distance. See, the greatest asset to a business and the lifeblood of any business is communication, especially with the startup. You have to communicate effectively, simply, and powerfully in order to collaborate to make great things happen. Communication is the key. Number 23, know when to step back. That's an important skill to have. In order to be able to know when to step back, you have to have good structure, meaning a good business structure that you can sit back and look at the system and analyze it to see whether or not it is performing as it needs to perform. Number 24, which is crucial in the marketplace, especially today, is having the right pricing strategy. Deciding the cost of your service can be tricky. A lot of startups fail because they either price too high or too low in order to sustain themselves. So this is crucial to the sustenance of any organization, and that is having the right pricing strategy. So you need to carefully study the resources around what it means to create your product or your service. You have to do an intense market analysis and spend a great deal of time understanding what the market will bear. Number 25, and the final in this, is you have to be flexible. See, the life of an entrepreneur is about living on the edge. It's a very tough job. Most of the time, it's very hard, yet the majority of the startups fail. All is not rosy. But you have to be honest and you have to assess whether or not being an entrepreneur is where you want to be. One needs to be prepared to work tirelessly, even without results. See, when you try long and hard for anything, eventually a moment comes when it happens. And that happening will be the success that you're looking for as an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. I mentioned that at the very beginning. You have to analyze what sacrifices you are making or willing to make for the greater good of being a successful entrepreneur. You must know what your superpowers are, meaning your skill set, your knowledge base, and which of those skill sets and knowledge base needs to be enhanced, eliminated, and what new skill sets need to be attained in order for you to be a viable, successful entrepreneur and a viable, successful entity in the business. You want to be profitable. You want to make a contribution to society. All of those things you have to consider as you are considering becoming an entrepreneur. It is one of the greatest ways to serve. And if you think about it, being an entrepreneur, every organization started out as an entrepreneurship, whether you consider Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, IBM, Coke, Amazon, Walmart. They all started small. They all had a purpose. They all had a vision. They all implemented systems. They all had checks and balances. There was some integrity there. There was accountability there. Most importantly, they all understood the 7 pillars of business: accounting, finance, sales, marketing, leadership, management. They understood the importance of each. They understood the metrics and how to measure themselves. And they were driven by a vision. You can do the same. Your service is needed as an entrepreneur, but make sure that you're willing to make the sacrifice. As I close, again, I am Dr. Terry Jackson. I am an entrepreneur. And again, I'd like to say to you, isn't it time that we all begin to take the responsibility? We all begin to look at how we can improve the world by being an entrepreneur. Every day you wake up, there is a new problem that has been presented. You just have to find it. Determine whether or not you have the solution. Build it, systematize it, and they will come. That is the plight of an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so very much, Dr. Terry Jackson, for your insights, your expertise, and being so thorough with all the areas that you covered. I know you spoke about understanding purpose, talked about persistence and consistency. Can you just answer for me, how do you sustain momentum? I think within, the entrepreneur world, there are going to be times in the long road of success where you could lose motivation. So how do you keep that momentum going so that you are persistent and consistent and continually pushing forward with the 7 pillars and the 25 steps as well? So you just give us a quick sort of advice on that.
It all boils down to purpose.
Mm.
See, I speak to purpose more than I speak to passion, because passion is fleeting, because passion is an emotion. So depending on your passion and how you feel and what's happening, you will either be up or down.
Yeah.
My purpose keeps me rooted in why. See, I understand the why. When I understand the why, the passion can then fuel the why. But my purpose is long term, and I'm not looking short term. So my purpose is why I exist, why my business exists, why my products exist, and how that existence of my product or service helps society, helps the community, helps my fellow human being. So I don't get caught in the emotion of it all, because emotion in business oftentimes can be hurtful and painful. Now, as a marketer, as a marketer, I want to play on your emotions, because I want to associate a feeling with your ability to purchase my service or my product. But as a business owner, I want to be rooted in purpose, because it's about growth, it's about sustainability, it's about long term. So I can't play short term and the long term by letting my emotions dictate my decisions.
Right.
My decisions have to be rational. So I need to be rooted in purpose, not passion, in order to sustain growth. And so purpose should be the driver.
Fantastic. Now, of course, you did speak a lot about, putting a lot of time, a lot of efforts, just literally your whole self. This is what I was getting from it. And it's very motivational. I see clearly that what is needed to be put in. How do you, how in a day, an average day, how much hours do you think one needs to put into their business and their goal and their purpose, to fulfill the purpose?
That's a great question. And I'm going to say that that's all predicated on who they are, how effective and efficient they work as an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You have to become the entrepreneur. It's not a role that you play, right?
Yes.
It consumes your being. Your thoughts have to be around entrepreneurship and growth and being able to connect the dots. So every step that you take is a step of entrepreneurship. So I'm going to say, and some people may think differently, but it's a 24-hour role, because it's like a songwriter, right? Some songwriters, they go to bed at night and all of a sudden they wake up with a tune and they get up and they
Yeah.
write it down. That's the
Yeah.
same thing that an entrepreneur should do. So that time is really predicated on how effective they are. If they have those great entrepreneurial thoughts and they need to get up in the middle of the night to do some work, then that's what they do. If it's during the day, then that's what they do. But you are consumed with what your product or service, how it can help your fellow human being. So that's going to be personal. For me as an entrepreneur, let me speak. When I wake up, I'm thinking business. When I go to sleep, I'm thinking business. Not that I don't take time to enjoy life or to relax, but I'm always connecting the dots around around business and looking for opportunity.
From the way you speak, it gives me the impression as though you almost see it like a service, like a calling, providing for people, providing for community. It has to be done. If not, who else will do it? That sort of attitude, it's fantastic, very, very inspiring and aspiring. How does it affect family life?
That's a great question. Because what I think what should happen is everybody's incorporated in it.
Right.
And so you have the conversations with everybody. And for those who don't quite understand, you break it down to the simplest terms and you explain it. For instance, of course, I have a PhD in business, I have an MBA, and my undergrad's in business.
Mhm.
Yeah, my daughter's a chemistry major. So how do I connect the dots between chemistry and business to get her to see it and have a conversation? Because those are two different languages. I'm not a chemist, and so she speaks, but what I try to find is, and what I found in my and what I found is the ability to conceptualize
Yes.
is probably one of the most powerful skills that one can have. So if I can connect something in chemistry to business or business to chemistry, that's what I try to do. Give you an example. A good friend of mine is a musician, and so he and I wrote 2 ebooks where he talked music language, I spoke business language. We understood how it met, and we used those concepts to create 2 ebooks. My language of business helped him understand music. His concepts of music helped me to further understand business. And so, everything is about rhythm. There's a rhythm to leadership. There's a rhythm to music, right? When you look at an orchestra, when you look at a 400-piece orchestra, you look at an orchestra and they're all playing in time. There are no egos involved. They're all trying to play their part. So the question I ask is, if an orchestra can run as smoothly without any mistakes, why can't an organization or corporation do the same? Because the common denominator are the people. So what's the difference? Where does the ego come into play with a corporation but not the orchestra?
Yes, they're complementing each other, aren't they? It's you're bringing all your skills, and I like the fact that you mentioned along the line you talked about bringing different skills to the table, which is pretty much where we are now, bringing different skills so that they can work as a symphony, as an orchestra, together, moving, flowing, within life's, flows. Thank you so very much, Dr. Jackson, for your expertise. Like I said before, you are an amazing speaker, and I've gained so much from today. And of course, how can people connect with you, like maybe a website or on social media, or however way that you want people to connect with you, please?
Thank you. You can reach me at jcgconsultinggroup.com, info@jcgconsultinggroup.com. You can find me on LinkedIn, Terry Jackson, PhD. You can go to Amazon, where I have several books that are there around business. 4 books, actually, 2 ebooks and 2 regular books. One around co-creation leadership. The other one is transformational thinking. And also, you can check out my TED Talk on YouTube, Terry Jackson. I have a TED Talk, so you can check that out as well.
Amazing. Thank you so very much for being an amazing and a wonderful and insightful speaker. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
And of course, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a foundation for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say which is #BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $500 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate the scholarship funds. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2025 for sponsoring this particular show. And of course, their names are NT100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Monitoring Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Maggie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Service, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Maria Bond of Media Communications Limited UK. I am your business moderator for this morning and on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global communication sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next key speaker, is Grant McGow, owner and founder of 5-Star BDM. Grant McGow, recognized by legal magazines as thought leader and super connector for healthcare professionals. His highlights include establishing statewide organizations for the National Association of Health Services Executives for Florida. So, if you can welcome Grant McGow on the show.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you?
I'm very well. Hello. And of course, you're going to give us a riveting talk and insightful and lots of information that will really keep us on our toes. So I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much for having me this morning. Hello, everyone, and good morning. Good morning. Remember where you're at. You could be good afternoon. It could be good evening. We are a worldwide network, and I am so appreciative to be a part of the Black Business Network and to share my entrepreneurial pursuits. Today, we're going to talk about brand strategy. It's a strategy that I put together as the CEO of 5-Star BDM from an aspect that I have been in business development for the last 25 years or so. I work with numerous Fortune 500 companies in the information technology realm, and then in the last 5 to 7 years in the healthcare realm. And I put all that together because what I have found in the industry is a lack of brand awareness, to understand how to present yourself and position yourself at a high level in this digital society that we are in today. That means you've got to pivot and you've got to be able to change your way of doing business as far as getting in front of your target audience. It's become so of a changed atmosphere, a changed way of doing business as it was even 5, 10, 15 years ago. So what does that mean? That means that if you're still doing the same things you were doing in those time frames, you're already woefully behind in your methodology to create business opportunity. We're talking about lead generation to build sales pipeline for your business. As an entrepreneur, this is essential to your success. A lot of entrepreneurs, when they start out, they're very good at what we call tacticians, meaning they understand their product or service very, very well as far as what they're doing, right? So if you're in marketing, you understand marketing very, very well. If you are in business intelligence, you understand analytics very, very well. But you don't understand all the other aspects of business, the business of business. And the business of business starts at the point that you're actually engaging with your client or potential customer. So what is that about? Because that is really the hardest thing. When you talk to entrepreneurs, there's really kind of a couple things that you always hear that's top of mind. Number one is finance. Typically, like, wow, I don't have enough money or capital to run my business operations on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, quarter-to-quarter basis, and I've got to get a handle on that. And a lot of that is due and caused because you don't have enough sales. You don't have enough business in which that you're transacting, and then actually moving through as a workflow through your business to get to that accounts receivable standpoint. So I am here to help you to develop your business strategy, to understand business development and brand development, to actually create sales pipeline. So when you have sales pipeline and you can show what business that you have currently and what business you have coming in, it becomes easy to get financing, right? So if your EBITDA is up and your ARR, those are the monthly recurring subscription revenue that you can count on. Those are the things that you can to leverage to get financial assistance if needed. So how does that happen? So as you go through the 5-star BDM brand strategy, we got to first look at your mission. Let's step back from just the day-to-day operations of the business and step into your why, the WHY, the why. And this is around your mission, your vision, and your values. You've got to really take a look at that and understand it from the competitive lens, but also the most important lens, not just the competitive analysis. It is from the target audience, your client's lens. How does your mission resonate with the client that you're going after? How do you fit into that story? How do you fit into their particular journey? What is the big problem that you solve for your client? And then you back into your mission, your vision, and your values. What does that look like? What are the qualities that you possess that you're going to actually be able to impact your client, your potential customer with the mission that you are embarking on? This becomes the beginning of your brand, becomes your brand objective. Your objective is to solve the problem of your audience, your client, your potential customer. How are you going to do that? You are the hero for them, right? Because they're going through whatever particular challenge that they have, and they're trying a number of different ways to solve it with other individuals who are your direct competitors, but they're not aware of you. So when they do become aware of you, when you can get their attention and you're able to then speak to them, communicate through your brand objectives about why you can solve their problem. What's your brand identity? How do they see you? How are you showing up, right? You're going to have to do a lot of market research on the client and the client problem that you're looking to solve. This is so important. You need to understand your client's problem, their situation, better than you understand your own product or service, the solution that you use to help your client. Understand what I just said? You need to understand their problem better than you understand your own self and your own solution, because that's going to help you to then evolve what you have. Because the more and better that you completely understand the dynamics in which they're dealing with, and the better that you can communicate that particular situation and solution set that you have, the better that you're going to be enable you to get them as a client, to sign them up, and you're going to be able to drive pipeline lead generation revenue along those lines. So you're going to have to do your research. You're going to have to really peel back some time each and every day to understand the playing field that your client is involved in, not just yourself. Understand the economic conditions in which they're dealing with. Understand the market conditions. Understand what they're going through and what they're trying to achieve, and what does that look like. Because if you can give and communicate that type of information, you've established yourself as not just a vendor. You've established yourself as a thought leader, as a true consultant, a subject matter expert in their particular situation. So that's very, very important. So once you've done that, then you can begin to create what we call, what normal everybody else believes is around branding. It's about the aesthetics, the look, the feel, the logos, the websites, the messaging. Until you understand the things I just talked about before, your identity and establishing that brand identity and understanding that market research, your messaging is never going to resonate with them. It's never going to resonate with your target audience, because you're really, what you find a lot in the marketplace, they're always talking about themselves. They're branding themselves. They're branding about their market. They're branding about their conditions. I want you to truly take a look at how you're talking about yourself. From a promotion standpoint, are you only talking about your industry? Are you only talking about your company? Are you only talking about what you're doing? Because that's only one half of the equation. And the greatest half of that equation is about what you understand about the target audience that you're trying to impact. Because once you understand that, your aesthetics, your brand messaging is going to resonate, because you're having a communication, you're having discussions around issues that truly are of interest to your client. It's so important. Once you've got that, and you've got your messaging down pat, because now you're talking to your individuals, you're talking to the company, you're talking about the skill sets and the knowledge and everything that impacts the business on a high level. Now you can start to put together your vision plan. What is your action plan for them? Because that's what they are interested in. So, okay, seems like you understand my situation. And I want to understand, how are you going to solve this problem when no one else could? I couldn't do it myself. That's DIY, do it yourself. I couldn't do it myself. Or if I tried to do it, I couldn't do it at the level that I needed to do, because I still have those two big problems that I talked about earlier. I don't have enough sales. And then if I don't have enough sales, guess what? I'm not going to have enough money, right? So my finance and my sales have to be aligned in order to run my business, right? So we got to implement a vision plan that's going to talk about the future direction of what you're going to be able to accomplish with your strategies, the collaborations you're going to have to put together, the new service offerings, some of the methods of maintaining a leading edge in your business development strategy. That's what I do at 5 Star BDM. And we do that through continual evaluation. We got to take a look at the metrics. We got to understand exactly how we walk through to solve this particular problem. This is what I call the BRAVE framework. Okay. And I just described it, whether you realize it or not. And I'm going to walk you through that again. So the B in BRAVE, because you've got to be bold, you've got to be courageous, you've got to put together some moxie in the game to compete at the championship level, right? A lot of people are watching the big fight that happened last night. And I'm very proud of the outcome because the winner of that particular contest is from my hometown, a little town called Omaha, Nebraska. And from this little town, he has become the welterweight champion of the world against a foe who was completely undefeated, who on paper looked like he would be the champion because this guy had no way to compete because he was coming up in weight. So they gave him no shot, but he was able to compete because he understood his opponent. He understood what he needed to do to be victorious. He took away his opponent's number one weapon. And when he was able to do that, his opponent could not defend himself, and then he could counter with his greatest assets, his speed, his agility, and his ability to counterpunch at a very high level. And he won the fight very decisively. If you deploy a strategy against your competition and for your client, you will win if you apply it effectively. And that's what we're talking about in the BRAVE framework. We're talking about establishing your brand identity. That's B. That's so important. You've got to understand what your identity is in your mission, vision, and values. What is your purpose? What business problem are you truly solving that has community impact, that makes a difference in the world, not just from a monetary profit standpoint, but actually improve the lives of the people that you're trying to impact. And then we get into the R, which is the research. Are you doing thorough research and analysis? You've got so much information at your fingertips now with the internet, with artificial intelligence, being able to get in and find good knowledge and research. You've got to look in all the different aspects of all these communities are out there, all these groups are out there, all these blog posts. You've got to understand what your client is going through, right? And that's what you're doing, your research. You have your brand identity, that's your B. You have your research, that is your R. And then you have your aesthetics. That's your visual representation of what you're putting together. That's when you're putting it, making it visible. You're taking it from the invisible world to the visible world. That's your aesthetics, but they've got to be on point, right? They got to be crystal clear. It's got to be visually appealing, whether you're doing video, you're doing audio, you're doing picture, you're doing an in-person meeting. All your aesthetics, your print has to be on point, and it's got to resonate with their client or potential client and that potential audience, and it's got to tell the story of the journey of how you're going to be able to solve that problem that they have, right? So that's your A, that's your B, your R, your A, and then we get into your V, which is your vision plan. Right? That's when you're going to articulate step by step. You're going to implement this plan that's going to be effective for them. And they're going to be, and you do this in a collaboration and as a collective together. So there's buy-in. You want to get buy-in from your client. You don't do this in a silo. You work together. We work together with you at 5-Star BM on this BRAVE framework, this brand strategy. And then we're going to evaluate. We've got to look at the metrics. After we've deployed, right? We've implemented the plan. Now we've got to measure because we have to adjust. And that's what I was talking about in any kind of sporting arena. As you engage, you practice, you have to get yourself ready for the contest. You've got to train. You've got to put everything into it. But then when the rubber meets the road, when you get in the ring, you're going to have to make adjustments because you're dealing with another entity that is just as competitive as you are. And what do those competitors look like? People don't realize it's not just another company. It is the status quo. People don't like to change. They keep doing the same thing. They're very habitual in what they do, right? So how are you going to think like, hey, in order to change, you're going to have to get to another level. I've got to help you get to that other level. I've got to give you enough energy to overcome the gravity that's pulling you down. I've got to do that through evaluation. I've got to see how are these metrics working? How is my plan actually going into place? What does this really look like? Wow, I've got to make some lever adjustments because the audience and the inertia and everything that happens in the market is constantly changing. So you've got to be able to adapt and change. And you focus on these things, right? So you look at your competitive landscape. You look at the competitive analysis. You understand not just, you say, well, you know what? I want to be the best in my industry. That's great. But the best in your industry might be a multi-billion-dollar company. It's going to take time for you to become a multi-billion-dollar company. So the competitive analysis against them may not be as accurate as you find somebody who's just a level above you, right? What does that look like? What's the competitive analysis of the company that's just a level above you? And then you do another one for the one that's 2 steps above you, and then 3 steps above you. That starts to give you a path forward. What are your strengths that you're going to have to get to? What are you missing from a skills gap analysis? And from a local market, from an extended network market, and all the other different aspects of the market that you're going after, so you can get a true picture where you sit from a positioning standpoint. So understanding the competitive landscape is super, super important. From there, you're going to start to understand, all right, I'm becoming aware. I'm becoming aware of where I am from a brand perspective, my business perspective. You know, you're starting to get into what is my strengths that I can leverage, right? What are the strengths that I can leverage against my competitive landscape? And remember, the competition is not just another company. It's the status quo. It's the indifference in the market toward the product and service that you're offering. How can you overcome that? What are the strengths that you can leverage? When you do that, you start to define your niche, right? What are the niche that can create a unique position and market strategy for you? You start looking at the landscape. You start looking at the audience. You start looking at the market trends. You start looking at strategic focus, and you start to get to a conclusion based on your evidence, right? Evidence you're getting from your market size. You need to understand that. The growth rate. What are the key drivers in the market? What are the key challenges that are showing up across the entire spectrum? This is going to help you find your unique positioning, right? All these things are very important. You have to then deliver on that niche and then pull those things out. Some things I found out for Firestar BDM that we're very, very good at data. We're very, very good at AI-powered tools to help businesses collect and analyze large amounts of data about customers, competitors, in the industry. What are those trends, opportunities, those threats? Understanding the AI algorithms, right? So you can automate tasks, that you can get to lead generation. You can understand customer segmentation, all the different marketing campaigns that you can automate for a business. These are all very, very important because they lead to insights. And AI can help a business get a lot of insights. We utilize AI for that particular purpose because it now allows us to be more innovative. We can constantly evolve. We can stay ahead of the curve, and we can invest in our time in understanding these new AI-powered tools and technologies to keep us, top of game, right? That our strategy is at the top of the food chain of where everybody in the whole world is at right now. No one has a true competitive edge that's so far beyond anyone else in AI at this point. So if you begin to leverage it and understand it, you can get true market penetration better than anybody else. Also, you've got to understand your numbers from a financial perspective. Where do you want to be? So I ask my clients all the time, where do you see your business from a revenue standpoint in the next 12 to 18 months? What does that look like? Because you have to understand the end game, right? What does that look like? So, all right, you know what? I want $1 million in revenue. I want to be $1 million business. Okay, that's great. So what is your EBITDA for that $1 million? Like, whoa, what's that? EBITDA. You have to understand at the end of the day, after you've paid all your expenses, all your taxes, all your debts, you have to understand your earnings and your profits. What does that look like at the end of the day? What does that balance sheet say? Typically, you're going to want about another 10% in EBITDA, because EBITDA is what the banks look like. Any financial institution, any investment banker, all these venture capitalists out here, all the angel investors that are out here, what are they looking at? What do they want to see? Remember I talked about earlier, they want to take a look at your EBITDA, what your true worth is, as well as any consistent money that you can then project in the future, or what that we call ARR will look like, right? So your run rate revenue is very, very important. And then how you're going to apply those monies in the future, your research and development, your marketing and sales, your operations, what does all that look like, so you can get to a spend analysis. So as you analyze your spend, what does it take to achieve that goal? How many new leads do you need per month? And what is the average sales cycle of an engagement? How much time does it take to close a deal? And when you close a deal, how much is that deal worth? All of those things are important, because it's going to tell you how many leads you need to generate, positive leads, to get to your true revenue potential, right? So when you start looking at revenue potential, it's like, well, how do you create money? How does that happen? For 5-star BDM, that's from consulting fees, commissions, affiliate marketing, online courses, and we align with all the businesses in our industry to achieve our revenue goals. And you have to understand the monetization strategies for all those different things, so you can get to where you want to go. So you want to focus on high value clients. You want to offer high touch services. You want to invest again in your marketing and sales, and you got to be patient. When you plant a seed in fertile ground, you're going to have to nurture it. You're going to have to grow it. It needs its sunlight. It needs its water. It needs its nourishment before it breaks ground. And then when it does break ground, then it's got to grow to its full potential. But you got to constantly be nurturing it for it to grow to its full potential. And that's how we start getting into what we call the differentiation strategy. And that, you're going to have to pivot on your strength. Understand truly where you identify and who are the key players in the market that you can then enhance, right? All these things are very, very important when you adopt your differentiation strategy. What makes you different from anyone else in the market that you're doing? You don't need like a lot of these differentiations. You need maybe 2, but those 2 are what you're going to pound every day. This is going to be your messaging every day. This is going to cultivate a brand awareness. It's going to show people when they talk about you, when someone says, "What? Tell me about 5-star BDM," it immediately comes to mind. These guys are very, very good at business development and personal branding. They are empowered in what they do, and they use artificial intelligence to achieve their goals. Like, wow, that's incredible. They have service strategies. They do, like in brand audits, they'll actually audit your brand, take a look at it as an assessment right off the bat, and let you know where your weaknesses lie, so you can then move into a different differentiated experience as you go forward, right? You're going to have personalized consulting, AI integration. You're going to be sharing your knowledge, whether it's through a webinar, a workshop, or a mentoring program. All these things are so important. You're going to be creating content, that assists your client in creating compelling and on various platforms, whether it's on social media or the different print medias, or it could be on online, on a stage, and that type of thing. So that all those things are used in a service strategy, right? And you're going to have to focus the clarity of your vision and the direction of your services to grow your business, right? So in the contrast, 5 Stars BDM with its competitors, we look to understand the unique market position. We emphasize the unique blend of services and the integration of AI tools. All right. We plan, we identify the actions needed to achieve your goals, your overarching vision. And that will include personalized consulting, knowledge sharing, networking, and content creation in all the brand audits. We recognize the fundamental and consistent action that needs to take place for smooth operation over time. And that'll include everything that I talked about. You're going to have to utilize all the tools at your disposal to create a difference, right? So you have to understand your key factors, your primary risk, and all these different success factors that take place. You're going to have to build a strong network. You're going to understand and create a unique value proposition, and you're going to have to deliver measurable results, right? So as you assess all these things I just talked about, you start to pull this together, you start to see objectively what your SWOT analysis truly is. What are your true strengths? Do you have a passion for continuous learning? Do you have a deep industry knowledge and a proven track record? Do you have a solid reputation in the market? Do you have a diverse portfolio? Do you have personalized attention and customized service, right? Sometimes you've got to understand what your weaknesses are. Are you new into the market, or have you been in the market? What does that look like? Do you need access to capital? Are you a small enterprise and you lack certain, human resources? You need to know those things. Are you dependent on just a few clients, or do you have a pretty robust clientele? All those things are very, very important. And can you scale? What does scale look like? If you're operating at a certain business level, maybe you're a 6-figure business, you want to get to 7. What does it take to scale your business? Do you need new partners? All those things you need to understand in your SWOT analysis, right? And then in your opportunities, what does the opportunity for what you do look like? What does it truly look like? Do you need new market exploration? What is that? Is there a growing demand for what you do? Do you have that service suite? And will that service suite actually cater to the product or the market that you're operating in? What does that look like? What are your differentiators if you do online training or workshops? Is that a key driver for what you're trying to do? And are you sustainable? And are you socially responsible? And does that resonate with your audience? Because in today's world, being socially responsible is very important. What does that mean? That means, do you have a cause? Are you helping others to be better? Right now, we're talking about a cause. Now we're helping our K through 12 and early careers that are of African descent to be better equipped to handle the world in the future. And this is what we're doing. So I have a cause. I'm working in a cause. And that's why I'm on this program right now, because I want to help people. I want to give good information so they will have a better opportunity as they go forward, and their speed to market is greater. And then you have to understand your threats. There's an intense competition out here. There's growing competitiveness every single day. How are you innovating? What's your service enhancement possibly could be? Who are the larger competitors who might dip down into your world and bring customers into their world? You have to understand that. What's your financial stability going to look like? What's the rapid change in the landscape? Technology is upsetting a lot of different things. So all these things are very important. You're going to have to look at the recommendations. You're going to look at how you can promote greater autonomy in what you're doing, and how you can grow and protect your business.
Amazing. Thank you so very much, Grant McGow. What an insightful time that we've had. Just there's so much information, and I really couldn't keep up with all the notes I took, but I would have to rewind on this one and watch it again.
An hour already. Yeah, that's great.
It has. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. And of course, how can people connect with you, and like a website or some way that people can connect and
they can connect to me on my website, 5-star. That's the number 5-star BDM. That's B for brand, D for development, informasters.com. All of my information is there. Like I said, an email at grant.mcgaw@5starbdm.com.
Wonderful. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Absolutely wonderful. And of course, we are the Black Business Expo, and the mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, which is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register on www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023, and they are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Maggie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? Every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe, and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on where you are located. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Steph Audrey. Dr. Audrey has over three decades of history as an entrepreneur, executive, and an educator, sharing her insights with Fortune 500 companies, nonprofits, and entrepreneurs seeking guidance to launch, grow, and sustain enterprises. Dr. Audrey earned both a Doctor of Business Administration and Juris Doctor law degrees and completed her doctoral dissertation, Venture Capital for Independent Filmmakers. She will be joined by Kiti Awadu for a fireside chat.
Hi.
Hey, how are you doing this morning?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. I am glad we have Kiti here as well.
Yes, I am here, and greetings to both of you. You look bright and cheerful and happy today. I'm just so stunned looking at you, I forgot to talk.
No, don't worry. We want to make sure you were good to go. I'm going to get out of your way. Just going to have a very informative fireside chat. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Fantastic. Well, Black Business Network, thank you so much for having us. This is part 2. Katie, we must have stirred some stuff up the other day, but in case the other folks who are here joining us today were not with us on part 1, we'll give them a little brief recap. First off, I want to say thank you guys for joining us. Master Katie and Dr. Aubrey Oliver were guests earlier this week, and we were asked to come back and break it up and do a part 2. So for those of you who are tuning in today, Master Katie is part 1 of part 2, and Dr. Aubrey Oliver is part 2 of part 2. Okay, so tune in. We're going to have those conversations, and Katie is described as a multi-genius, I say prolific author, very well-researched a producer of content, and I'm holding on to book number 50, which is Miracle on 2 Feet, that talks about stroke prevention and recovery. And the reason that we began this conversation was not only because of the time of the book coming out, but also because stroke is something that's major and impacting us, significantly. And in particular, I would say women of African descent from the African diaspora in the US in particular seem to be higher cases these days growing of heart attacks and strokes. So definitely it's more than needing to sound the alarm. It's about, the awareness and particular solutions. So Katie, how are you this morning?
I love to say we Black and we shine like the noonday sun. Thank you for this invitation.
Wonderful, wonderful. So with our conversation the other day, we were talking about not only the book, and I said book number 51 is coming out soon, so we'll plug that and talk about it and tell everyone where they can go and find more of your books, because you write about topics that are important to us, not only about our wellness, but about our community building, about our economic opportunities and our opportunities as a people throughout the diaspora, and representing our opportunities as and opportunities that exist on the continent as well, and encouraging us to look. But before we look at opportunities, we have to make sure that we're healthy. And healthy begins.
Absolutely.
Healthy begins not only with how we show up, but the intentions behind our desire to be healthy. So kind of take me through the thought process on what really was the impetus for this Miracle on 2 Feet. Why now for this particular publication?
As you had mentioned, the problem of stroke, the problems of cardiovascular disease, and other non-communicable diseases are particularly impacting the fate of our larger African American, African diasporan, and global African family. Some 1.745 billion people on this planet are of African heritage. That actually puts us at the highest number if we compare ourselves to Chinese people on the planet or Indian people on the planet. So now we have to correlate our demographic strength with power. And there's just no way that we can come into full empowerment as a people while remaining at the back of the line when it comes to different ethnic groups insofar as health status. So yes, the problem of stroke is a problem for households, for families. All of us know somebody who within the last few years has either had a stroke, been debilitated by a stroke, or has died from stroke. And unfortunately, because of our current health status, far too many of us are susceptible to stroke. Now, just to put into context from which the book was written, understanding advice on all aspects of extending life expectancy can be tough. We frequently are getting life extending tips from magazines, medical journals, news articles, news bites, marketing releases from drug company advertisements, social media, even casual conversations. But weeding through all of this advice and being able to determine which of it is solid advice, scientifically valid and verifiable, or which of it is just being passed along as a consequence of propaganda or people giving us advice who aren't even qualified. So therefore, I have stepped forward across my lifetime to filter through all of these various streams of health and wellness advice. And as you said, Miracle on 2 Feet is my 50th book publication. I'm very, very proud of this record, but we still got a long, long way to go until our people are as healthy as our destiny would have us.
Which is really, you're right. There is so much information, and oftentimes information is presented from, who's presenting the information, right? What is their desire in presenting the information? And so it's really important. I think that there is an abundance of information overflow, and it is difficult oftentimes to decipher, especially when it is you lack the awareness. And I know for me, my introduction to stroke in the form of brain aneurysm came tragically at the loss of my mother. She suffered a brain aneurysm, I guess taking a nap, and passed in her sleep. And then later I had another very close friend. Now I've learned that she's suffered 2 strokes. She suffered one about 13 years ago. She suffered one recently within the last few months. And so it clearly is something that is happening and requires awareness. And what's really interesting is when we talk about many of what we see are the common ailments, the reality is that they're lifestyle issues. It's not often that there's something that is necessarily hereditary per se, that it's really, what are you doing with your particular life? How are you taking care of you? And for some reason, taking care of ourselves can, shift on the priority list, which I find really interesting. We get busy with so many other things, not realizing if you don't take care of you, what's the point? Right? What's the point? How are you going to sustain your family, your community, or whomever that you're contributing to if you're sick? Right? Now you're a drain on yourself, and on the resources are all shifted with trying to help you regain your wellness. So when we talk about the context in your book, Living 100 Plus Years, you talk about setting an intention. And so I think about this in the same context. We should set an intention for our wellness. And in setting an intention, what would be some of the basic factors that we want to evaluate to make sure that we are, sort of okay, better than okay, that we have an awareness of where we have risk factors?
You had mentioned about extending life expectancy. Very, very proud to present a total of 7 books I've published so far in 2023. I do have another one coming out this week. That will be number 8. And 2 more books are coming out until the mid of September. So we're on quite a roll. But this book, 100 Plus Lifespan, Strategies to Increase Healthy Life Expectancy, is very, very important. As across this wonderful business expo, we can see people working very, very hard to establish their business and to project their business to being successful in the new global economy. But there's a common thought that says far too many of us expend our health to achieve wealth, only to find that once we've achieved that wealth, now we're spending that wealth to attempt to regain our health. There's no way in the world they should be exclusive of each other. One common phrase that serves as a foundation for the work that I do as a clinical nutritionist is food is nature's most perfect medicine. And it's a preventative medicine as it is also a curative medicine. And so therefore we understand one of the most important foundations of moving forward and keeping us out of the various categories of non-communicable chronic diseases is, how are we managing our nutrition? How are we managing our diet? Most of us haven't even really studied the science and the processes of disease prevention through nutrition sufficiently. And when I say most of us, this also includes a very high percentage of professional healthcare providers, including your doctors and your nurses. And to be honest, I think you know this to be true, Dr. Steph, one can even go into a hospital, see a patient or a client, a friend, a family member who's suffering from a nutrition deficiency based disorder or disease, and the hospital staff is feeding them the same food that made them sick in the first place. This is insanity, and we are not going to do this same thing over and over again as we learn better.
Katie, now that's exact. So my friend that I alluded to that had the second stroke within the last month is exactly what happened. You know, she was in a situation where she was getting intense care, and I happened to visit, and I'm looking at the food, and I'm like, this should be in the trash. Like, there's no like, are they trying? Wait, it's like you have one foot on a banana peel and one foot in the ditch. They're trying to push. They're trying to push you push you forward fast, you know, and you go to, you know, these facilities. Like, I'm like, who you with? I want to know, who are you working for real? Because it's not about the wellness, right? And so when we talk about food, you know, let's have that particular conversation, because I don't know if you saw, but I saw yesterday a quick blurb. It was Dr. Oliver shared this clip on where they were using flesh, human flesh to cultivate what they're calling steak. And then they process this steak, this GMO produced steak, and then took it to a chef to prepare it as a meal. And then each of the packages of steak, they have the donor's profile, and they're comparing the texture and flavor of the flesh based on that person's life. You know, it's like it and so the thing is that, you know, Doc and I both said, yeah, I don't think I'll be eating out randomly. You know, in Jamaica, at least, if we have something, we saw it running around. You know, maybe
It was one of our friends.
Fishermen just came in
What you are
off
describing.
yeah.
No, what you are describing, Dr. Stephanie, sounds like some dystopian Octavia Butler novel. That's what she wrote about, this kind of insanity. Humans coming to the point where they're eating other humans. I think it's best that we step back from the edge of this abyss. As you know, we look at this whole category of genetic engineering, genetically modified organisms, and I'm even looking at genetically determined medicine. And we need to really step back away from that abyss, come back to nature. Nature actually gave us everything we need to maintain our optimal health. And we need to get on that track, stick to that track, and continue to explore, research, and develop that track in a new global wellness economy.
But, you know, even in that, you know, some of these folks believe that it is their purpose to help depopulate the world. And some of these folks have even said, well, Keely, we have you too. You think that you're going to rely upon, you know, fruits and vegetables. Well, guess what? We figured out a way to not only genetically modify those fruits and vegetables, but also we figured out some ways to give you different things that you may not normally want to take. We figured out how we can put it in the plant, and therefore you will consume it and have it become part of your system anyway. So what say you? What say you in terms of that understanding and awareness? Because there really has been a land grab on farms. And in particular, there's been a desire to put certain populations of farmers out of business, not because farming is not an opportunity, but because some others seek to control the farming and the agricultural ecosystem. So, what do you know about
Mhm.
some of that?
Thank you for the question. It's a good segue into one of the number of books that I published. This is one of the most popular, impactful books. It's entitled The Blackest Soil: Africa Can Feed the World. And it's based in large part upon my own 50 years of experience of growing food since I was a very small child. Our parents gave us that environment, as well as, to a great extent, much of what you're discussing. I have over a 40-year background in molecular biology. To be honest, I actually came out of high school, and 1 year later, instead of being in college, I spent the next 4 years working in a biological research laboratory in the field of molecular biology. And I've been able to manage and maintain those studies throughout my life, writing a significant number of books on these topics. So when it comes to determining these pathways to the future, a lot of us are becoming more and more aware of the problems with companies like Monsanto, Dow Chemical, Bayer, companies like Syngenta. There's one company by the name of Epicite. Let me spell that because I want everyone to verify everything I say. Epicite, Epicyte, who were able to obtain antibodies from women who were allergic to sperm and incorporate those antibodies into genetically engineered organism called Epicite, and they have inserted Epicite into the corn production facilities and in patented corn seeds. So for myself and others who are aware of what's been going on, and the fact that these companies do not have to inform us when we are consuming genetically engineered products, we're always reading the labels. For everything we buy, we must take the time to read the labels. We're looking for things like certified organic. And who is the certification organization? Certified non-GMO. These are the products that we consume. These are the businesses that we support. And these are the practices that we will embrace, support, invest, and seek a return on investment as we move forward into a future. A book that I have coming up is called Forged by Fire: Post-COVID African Healthcare and Sovereign Development. And I have an extensive set of chapters in this book dealing with how do we, in an African economic order, deal with excluding genetic engineering from our food supply, from our seed supply chain, and also prevent these corporations doing this from coming to Africa, getting a hold of the various strains of traditional African medicine, engineering them, patenting them, and eventually trying to push us out of the market for profiting from our own traditional African medicine. It's a steep hill ahead of us, but we feel equipped to be able to do a magnificent job and pass this legacy onto our children, grandchildren, and future generations, Dr. Steph.
But that says to me, Keely, something that I've always said is that we have to vote with our dollars. And so you spoke to two very, very important things in that process. Is one, you must inform yourself. You have to read the labels. You must. You must. And if you can't figure out what's on that label, then leave it. Leave it. Leave it.
It's simple. It's a simple rule because my father was a chemist. I have a background in chemistry as well. If you cannot pronounce it, it's probably not food. It's a sentence spelling out a chemical formula.
Yes. Yes. So that means that you probably should not eat it. And definitely what I find really interesting is even what's allowed in the US versus what's allowed in European markets and other regions of the world. Other folks wouldn't even consume half of what it is we're allowed in the food production in the supply chain system here in the US. So a lot of times, when I first, like I said, and you said you were going to give the nicer version of my statement because, my statement was, you're sick. You're sick at a base level if you haven't had a detox, right? Meaning that if you have lived your life and you're over 30 years old and your body has not been fully detoxed, then potentially you have toxins in your system that are waiting to wreak havoc on your body. So the potential, but you're going to wait until your Western focused medicine waits until you have symptoms that they can begin to medicate, because it's not about cure or treat. It's not about root cause, right? It's about treating symptoms. And, people on 20 prescriptions, like, I'm sorry, how do you get past prescription number 2? I can't even get to prescription number 1, but to 20, like, what part of your brain has to shut off to go, it's okay for me to take 20 prescriptions indefinitely and think that somehow or another I can sustain my wellness?
I frequently speaking with my clients. I again work as a clinical nutritionist, and I speak to clients who are having all kind of issues, and I ask them, "Are you presently on any medications?" And they're reluctant to admit it. Sometimes by the time they finish admit it, I think I had one client was on 17 medications. I couldn't hold it back. I just said to her, "Your body is a dumping ground for pharmaceutical companies to dump their products and be able to extract money out of the system because they use your body as a vehicle." Now, of the 17 medications, 5 of them were just one problem: hypertension, high blood pressure. Now, here's the thing: people need to take this seriously. If you're a doctor or doctors, because in her case, she had multiple prescribing doctors, if your doctors are putting you on more than one drug for the same fix and it doesn't fix the problem, if an auto mechanic treated you like that, they would get fired immediately. Why do we tolerate this behavior from healthcare professionals who literally have license to take our lives, and the only penalty they have to pay in the overwhelming majority of cases is very high insurance premiums? And when we start to talk about the relationship of the insurance companies to the medical industries, there are several critical understandings there that we must have, one of which I'm going to share. In the aftermath of the pandemic and the injection or vaccination mandates, the insurance actuaries have determined that in the second and third quarters of 2021, the rate of death between American workers between the age of 18 and 64 died at an increased 40% rate in the aftermath of that mandated injection. They also said that a 10% rise in a decade would be a century-long event, but a 40% rise in people who had taken this injection in just 2 quarters of 1 year, that was a scandalous emergency, which has largely been held away from us from news media and the medical industry pronouncements. Quite simply, we need to know this information.
Not only know this information, because what I hear and what I see when I look at traditional media is that they're still pushing and encouraging people. I'm listening to people who have, encounter multiple, instances, and in fact, are rushing to continue to, be suspects or prospects, for these injections. And so at some point, I wonder, when is it that one stops and begins to realize that your body is a temple and that it was made to function perfectly? The basic things, when I go through your prevention steps for preventing stroke, right? We're not talking about anything that's out of reach. Breathing, water, picking the right type of food, sleep, exercise, detoxify, and making sure that you have some psycho-spiritual orientation. So to me, that sounds like mind, body, and soul, right? That's what we do at our wellness resorts. But it sounds like this is not, you're not telling someone that they need to do anything that's significant. This is not brain surgery. These are some basic foundational things that are easily, we could teach this to 5-year-olds, right? And put them on a path for wellness and awareness to be able to understand the value of their bodies, and in fact, I encouraged that. I started educating my son when he was 2 and 3 years old about his little body,
Mhm.
and because I wanted him to know that he had to be aware of. And so I wanted him to know my why. I didn't want him to consume sodas. I didn't feed him fast food from, these places. And I wanted him to know my why. And it was important because then when he would be with other folks who would try to go, well, your mom's not here, so you could have whatever. And he'd go, no, I don't want it. And the people would be shocked. Like,
Mhm.
"Oh, kid, do you not want McDonald's?" He said, no, my mom, she told me why. I don't want that in my body.
So
My
very
body.
true. What you are describing reminds me of a phrase that you probably hear me say quite a bit. The future belongs to those best prepared to create that future today. So congratulations, Dr. Stephanie. You have, through empowering your son to be distinct about what goes into his body, you have empowered his grandchildren as well. That's the future that we want.
And that's the gift. Now, although my mother died prematurely, it wasn't because of lack of interest. My mother introduced me to Back to Eden when I was 9. And it was so interesting. We had just bought our house. She was just beginning to cook. And so what she decided, she was intentional. She bought a soul food cookbook and she bought Back to Eden. I remember it was from my elementary. We had a book fair. And she said to me, I am going to learn to cook in such a way that you will not have high blood pressure. So she let me know what her intentions were. And so I got teased about it a lot because I became what my family says, I'm a foo-foo, cooker. I've always been really foo-foo. I don't eat a bunch of stuff. I didn't eat the fast food. She didn't let me eat the fast food. I wasn't interested in eating the fast food because, again, I was in agreement with her. And I have a lot of her library, but I don't know if you've read this book, Holistic Health, which was written back in 1972. And this particular book, when I opened up the intro and read, the conditions that were being described, and oftentimes I've gone into segments where I'll open up and I'm reading that intro, and it sounds like I'm giving a commentary for what's happening right now. And then when I say, but this was written in
Mhm.
1972. So what have we done to advance from that point? All we've done is spend more money on chemicals and the increased in consumption of chemicals, but not going back to the basic root cause and understanding what it takes to create an environment of wellness within our bodies, but also setting an intention so that we are focused on those things. People say it's hard to eat healthy. No, it's not. It's no harder to eat healthy than it is to eat junk. It's a choice. What say
Mhm.
you?
There is There is an Ayurvedic proverb, I'll just paraphrase it, that says, when food is right, medicine is of no use. When food, and let me get this right, when food is correct, their medicine is of no use. And when food is incorrect, medicine just won't work. And so when you mention about soul food, you reminded me of this very important book that I wrote for our people, my people. This book called Transforming Soul Food for, as you say, the body, mind, and spirit, which includes 25 of my favorite vegan soul food recipes. And in the introduction to this book, I use this statement and I kind of stretch it out. That when food is so absolutely deliciously decadent that it literally is to die for, that's chewicide. And chewicide is a word that I have introduced into our broader conversation. I'm proud to have discovered that word. I wasn't the inventor of the word, but I adapted it to the nutritional regime, chewicide. But when we look at traditional soul food dishes, and in the book, I analyzed the top 20 most popular soul food dishes, all 20 of them were toxic, all 20 of them. So therefore, when we look at environmentally modulated basis for illness, much of which we saw during the pandemic era when some 29 comorbidities were part of the the morbidity mortality profile of COVID-19. And we asked the question, why inside of America, which had the highest percentage of all of the developed countries of COVID morbidities and mortalities, illnesses and deaths, why inside of America, which had the highest in the world, did we see, comparing Black people to white people in America, a death differential that at the lowest was 218% higher, as reported by Susan Rice, or at the highest, according to my calculations, our death differential compared Black to whites inside of America was 260%. So we have to ask the question, could it be the things we do, the lifestyle choices? Could it be the food and our lifestyle habits? And you know the answer to that question, Dr. Stephanie. Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Now let's put solutions into place.
Yes, absolutely. So let's talk about some of those solutions, because again, I'm always about, we understand what the situation is. We don't need to beat it to death. What are some actual solutions? So in the stroke prevention, again, I ran through your list. When you talk about breathing, people may just miss the general conversation about breathing, but what are we talking about when you're talking about breathing? What happens with our breath that may put us at a risk?
We do know beyond the shadow of a doubt of the conditions that increase the risk of stroke, hypertension is definitely one of them, high blood pressure. Most of us, when we get our blood pressure taken, we go to the doctor's office, they'll cuff us one time. The problem is that because you're kind of anticipating or anxious about getting your blood pressure taken and what they're going to tell you, that first time you do a blood pressure cuffing, it's always going to be high. I recently purchased a blood pressure cuff, even though I've never had any problems with hypertension. I just wanted to have it handy and learn further about what this process is. And I find that if I do deep breathing, meditative exercise while doing my blood pressure, and if I cuff myself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a row, initially the first cuff, the first systolic reading might be as high as 140. Or if I've just finished exercising, it can reach 200. But if I continue to do deep breathing and redo that blood pressure monitoring time and time again, I saw it go. The other day I did a couple of hundred push-ups, and then I cuffed myself, and in 15 minutes, it went from 191 down to 117. So that's one of the big mistakes. We don't know how this blood pressure cuffing works, but it's also the breath. Management of the breath is the first of the 7 principles that allow us to live full, healthy, non-disease life. Just management of the breath. I'll give you one example. You're on the freeway. Somebody cuts you off and does something very aggressive that makes you angry. Immediately, the first thing our bodies do, we choke off the breath. The blood pressure goes up in a fight or flight syndrome, and it can take literally 20 minutes or more for us to come down out of that aggressive zone. The entire time we have a highly inflated blood pressure. Learning to breathe all throughout the day allows us to live a much more calm longevity lifestyle.
It's amazing because, in fact, that was one of the things that I realized. So I have been challenging a few people, especially in alignment with our 420, is that to set their timer on their phones for 20 minutes, and every 20 minutes, take a 4-minute pause for a meditative break. Get up, step, move, breathe, and just kind of as a simple way to remind yourself, because oftentimes, we get so intense on what we think we're doing. And guess what? You're not even producing your best work anyway by, failing to give yourself a break or taking a moment to give yourself a pause or a break in that. So I love the idea of not only recognizing the moments that impact your breath and how you can become aware of it and take some breaths to counter the state that you've entered. The other one I'm going to touch on, because I think it's another item that there's a lot of debate about and people mess up, and that's sleep. We've had, pressure cooker over here, burnt the candle at both ends, for a period of time. But that's not really healthy long term, and it's definitely not sustainable. So, sleep. How important is sleep?
Sleep. hmm In modern Western societies, driven in these cities like London, New York, Washington, Chicago, Houston, and many, many others, including Los Angeles and Las Vegas, many of us who are the go-getters, the ones driven to accomplish great goals, sacrifice sleep in order to channel more time into that. At the same time, we've seen electronic media creeping ever more and more into our lives and stealing those precious hours of sleep away from us. Sleep deprivation is an epidemic. It's a pandemic, a global pandemic, and the consequences of sleep deprivation are far, far, far greater than what the overwhelming majority of people have come to understand. Now, as you understand, I will have to break away in just a couple of minutes. I have a regularly scheduled broadcast that I do on LIB radio, but I just want to leave people with a couple of very, very powerful ideas. For one, we talked about earlier. Too many people of our society have just resigned to poor health as if this were the inevitability of aging or perhaps the supreme will of a divine creator. What people must realize is that chronic illness is the return on investment of a lifetime of impoverishing lifestyle choices. I wrote that in my book, Fade to Black, The Passing of a Great Race, which gives us a whole new understanding on population management or demographics and population control. That's the topic, Dr. Steph, for another day. If you don't mind, can I quickly share a site where people will be able to see the 50 books that I've now published?
Please, please.
Yeah, I do. I do have a website under my first name, Keidi, KEIDI.biz. And once you get to Keidi.biz, you see any of the books on the front cover, it'll take you into a long catalog of books. Again, we have 50 books now published. The most recent one you were talking about earlier, Miracle on 2 Feet, Stroke Prevention and Recovery. I have another book. I think I'm going to finish it today. 1 week after that book comes out, the new one is called The Future of the Global Wellness Economy, where we're expecting $2 trillion to show up in the next 4 years in the expansion of the global health and wellness economy. Dr. Stephanie, I know you have a plan. I have a plan, which is why we are working together. But here's the question I ask of people. I ask of you two brilliant Dr. Grant. If you know where $2 trillion, okay, well, now you're a doctor until I stop talking. Okay, if you know where $2 trillion is expected to show up in the next 4 years, how much of that $2 trillion does your plan aim to capture? That's what the task we have before us. Dr. Stephanie, it's such an honor and a pleasure collaborating with you. And to be on this Black Business Olympics, this Black Business Expo, is an honor that I take to heart. Thank you all. Keidi.biz, find me, let's build together. And Amazon has 44 of my books up in their catalog,
Awesome.
Thanks,
awesome.
Master Chef Keidi. Thank you so much. It's always an honor to have and share time with you, and especially to be able to share your messages with the world. All right. So be well and
peace now.
Genius.
Thank you. Wow,
Hey,
it was wonderful.
Yes. Yes. So very, very good. Very happy to be able to continue our conversation that began earlier this week. And hopefully, the audience was able to glean a few more nuggets from that little bit of a deeper dive and can go and find Keidi's books because he definitely spends the time to do the research. They're very well researched and very well written publications.
Without question. And I heard, I was able to tune in earlier in the week to the earlier discussion. What you're talking about is so important. And I always use the analogy like this. So let's say you have a premium car. There's certain premium cars that use high octane, right? They use 93 when you pull up to the gas station. That's the octane level. Well, what happens if you put the 87 in, the lower grade in? It won't work very well. We are all very high performing machines, but we're putting in the low octane into our tank, and then we wonder why we're not performing very well. So I really appreciate what you're talking about. So how can we stay in touch with you, Dr. Steph Audrey?
Yeah, so I've been sending everyone to our website, which is www.420wellnessjamaica.com, all one word. And that's where they can find out more information about our global network of wellness resorts, as well as classes, workshops, and other information to put them on the path to live full life of 120 years and beyond, addressing mind, body, and soul.
That's what it's all about. You know, the longevity is definitely a goal for everyone, but you definitely want to live that longevity healthy. You want to be healthy. You don't want to live at 100 and you've had hypertension, you know, cancer and heart congestion and overweight, obesity, all these things. You don't want to live, and you have to keep carrying these things along your life path. So eating well, the things that you're talking about, 420 Wellness, we need to really engage. And I tell people all the time, it's not so much about getting information, it's about applying the knowledge.
Absolutely. And that part is the important part, because a lot of times you hear the information, but application, practical application, that's the distinct difference, is making sure that you apply it so that you can get the benefits. Absolutely.
100%. Thank you for being on the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. You have been wonderful. We want to have you back as many times as we can. So appreciate everything you do. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. It was my honor.
You're welcome. Wow, that is good information. We've all got to really take a look at what we're putting into our bodies on a daily basis. So understand, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Staff Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business USA. Genius is Common. I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.